Hello, 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 everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I'm just getting everything set up in a moment, so it should just take me a couple of seconds. Okay, let's just get this on and going. Hold on. Hold on, something's going on. Okay, we should just take a bit. So sorry about this. Okay. Okay, now there should be thing running fully. Okay. 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 Now they should be up and running. Okay, so this is my very first time with playing this game, so I do not know anything much of this game. All I do know is I play a character named Zagorus, who in some variations of Greek mythology is the son of Hades. And Zagreus, from my understanding, is also a god associated with wine. And is associated, or is considered a friend of Dionysus. Okay. Let's see now. Okay.
Few tales are told of Hades, whose very name inspires fear and penitence, reminding us of the inevitable fate which we all share. I, however, mean to tell you such a tale. Listen carefully.
Goodbye, Father.
Okay.
To hell with this place.
Okay. Oh. Okay. So what do they have?
Try and stop me.
Whoa.
Can't escape.
Okay. Okay.
Not now.
Okay.
I'm out.
Okay. Okay. I get it now. I'm getting used to this. Okay. Come on.
Nothing. There she is. It's got to be her. Then here goes nothing. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Hail, noble cousin. Now, let's get you from that miserable place. I'll see that all of us upon Olympus do our part, beginning here with me.
Okay. And
I know you can't hear me all the way where you are, goddess, but thank you.
okay.
Coming through. Who dies next? Pardon me. I'm hurt. Can't heal myself, but I can fight.
Okay. I don't know what I did, but okay. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. Come on. Ooh, what was that? Okay, where did that came from? Okay. Come on. Okay. Okay.
Look what I found.
Oh. Let's see. I do not know if there's like any secrets items or something from like hitting this. So
No way.
yeah, so
Louds.
okay. Come on, come on.
Coin from the dead.
Ooh. Come on. Wait, what was that? Oh. Okay. Oh man. Boy. Okay, well.
Damn it. I'm home. Yes, carry on, everyone. Don't mind me.
Welcome to the House of Hades, where... Wait, I know you. Guess that means you died out there, huh? Well, don't be sad, though. Pretty much everybody dies sometime.
Some of us more than others.
Back already. You are irritating me, boy. Stupid boy. I told you nobody gets out of here, whether alive or dead. So how was your wanton ransacking of my domain?
Greetings, Father. My ransacking was a delight, thank you for asking. So I'll just be on my way again.
Be on your way indeed. What do I care? You shall never reach the surface. Go, see for yourself. Infernal watchdog Cerberus regards the underworld prince with mixed emotions, from purest joy to deepest melancholy.
Oh.
You watch over things for me, won't you, boy? You know I'd take you if I could.
Okay, so what's over here?
You've returned.
Good to see you, lad.
Achilles.
Circumstances. Remember your training out there. The pain of death is but another obstacle.
And fear is for the weak. Take care, Achilles.
Okay.
Don't think I'm welcome in there.
Stay out of there.
Okay.
to his willful progeny.
You know I can hear you, old man. Father's chambers, always locked.
Locked for a reason, lad.
You have come home. Do not despair, child. Such setbacks are inevitable and may be overcome with effort and with time. We made contact with the goddess Athena. She shall be true to her word.
I believe it, Nix. I'm grateful that you put us into contact. I know you took a considerable risk in reaching out.
The risk is not to me. I expected the Olympians would involve themselves in this eventually. Reveal to them no more than they already know. Are we understood?
Yes, we are.
Then go.
So assuming I might be able to enter there.
Hey, Rune, I'm back. Night and darkness guide me.
Okay, let's see. Shadow persons. Death Defiance. And Greater Reflex.
The power of night.
The bedchambers of Prince Zagreus lie in a perpetual state of utter disarray, despite his lord and master of the house repeatedly insisting that he pick everything up.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad, is it? Can't sleep.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, unlocked on
I can escape through that pink window there.
pink window. Oh, that. I just want to explore a bit. Let's see.
I can do this. First get past the wretched shades of Tartarus. Easier said than done. And doubtless I'll be running into Meg. The River of Flame ought to be just beyond. Find a way up to Elysium from there, and after that... Alright, let's give it another shot.
So is that the river Styx, I'm assuming? Probably.
Again.
Okay.
Thunder. Is this really him? Okay. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Greetings there, young man. Look, your father's always been rather difficult, and he's not so much as called in quite some time. You'll have a better home where you belong, here on Olympus. And to help you on your journey, have my blessing.
Electric shock. Your cast bursts a chain. Bounces. Okay. Dash. I think that.
Lord Uncle Zeus lending his support. Never thought I'd see the day. Or night. Whenever. Whoops.
Okay.
How'd that happen?
Composed of such innumerable, ever-shifting, interlocking chambers, the underworld of Lord Hades all but guarantees the dead shall there remain until the end of time.
Okay.
Good thing I'm not dead. You're in my way.
Okay, so it's different each time.
Dust.
Oh.
Witches.
Okay.
A divine arrow.
Ooh.
It's only one heavenly archer I know of. Well, several, really. Anyway, in the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this mission.
Yeah.
I heard about you. Look, I'm not
Oh.
like all the others on Olympus. The power of the hunt helps keep me company, so maybe it'll help you too.
Deadly flourish.
The power of the hunt sounds like good company to keep.
Okay. Okay. Let's see here.
More to fight.
Okay. Okay.
Mechathonic key. This can unlock something back home.
Hmm.
Where now?
Let's see. I'm a little curious where that goes. Okay. Okay.
A palm of power. Power of Olympus.
Let's see. Deadly flourish.
They got me. No way to patch up. Got to keep going.
That's out of reach. Because we don't have that much. Let's see. Pass up or a special deal.
This ought to help for sure.
Oh. So, okay, so that's what happened. Anything else that I may have missed? Okay.
They absorb my blow.
Okay. No! Okay. Okay,
Someday I'll go even farther.
I don't think I lasted longer.
What happened to Hypnos?
Oh.
Someone's at the desk next to the throne. Some sort of special offer for me, my good shade. Work authorized. Fountain chamber in the depths of Tartarus sounds like an excellent idea. Who's that sniveling shade to your immediate left there, Father? Already found someone new to do the busy work. And here I thought I was utterly indispensable.
Huh.
That shade boy is my newly designated contractor, one whose responsibility is to work on this house. Though who shall pay for everything my subjects here demand, I do not know.
You're trying to guilt me into funding the exorbitant furnishings you desire.
Perhaps once we have finished with repairs for all the carnage you have sown throughout my reign, then we might finally have time for all the needed renovations that have piled up.
Nice.
No.
Keep at it, lad. I've known great men throughout my life, and I can always tell when someone's better than their circumstances. Fight like I fight out there.
I'll give them pen as you once did Achilles. Though doubtless many of the shades who stand against me first arrived in Tartarus because of you.
Yeah, that's...
It's locked.
Come on, lad.
No.
You stay away from there.
Darkness guide you, child. You have outgrown this house. Of that I am now certain. Should you return again here, I shall keep you safe.
I won't forget you, Nyx, I swear it.
Hmm. Let's see, is that Medusa's head? The Cyclops? Yeah.
Not even tired, thanks.
Hmm.
I should go.
Oh.
Darkness.
Here I
needs
go.
strength. That looks like a Daedalus hammer.
Okay, attack.
Daedalus, wherever you may be right now, thank you. Crushed.
Okay.
Brimstones. Look who. Always a pleasure. A key to a weapon.
Hmm. I'm not curious on what each of those things mean.
Crashing waves. A trident. It's Uncle number 2. It's got to be. Then, in the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Okay.
Ahoy there, little Hades. You recognize your uncle, do you not? We've a lot of catching up to do, but first things first. You get yourself out of that dour underworld. As for me, I'll see if I can stir things up a bit to cover your advance.
Looks like I caught a big one. The power of the sea should be of help.
Hmm. I'll just choose over here. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's do this. And okay, oh wait. Okay. Okay, you've been waiting there for me?
Bottle of nectar. Ah, what I wouldn't give for, say, a healing flask of some sort.
I do not know.
Come and get it.
Okay.
Right there.
Your father Hades and my father Zeus have not communicated in some time, and Zeus refuses to explain. Something transpired between the two of them. Perhaps you know better than I.
The strength of the goddess. Let's see what's in here.
I have one. Okay, slain to 15%. Enhance. Okay. How do I heal myself?
Pests.
Okay.
Hit the spot.
Okay. Okay, come on.
Gods grant me strength.
Let's see, attempt to search. Knocks foes away. Attack is stronger. Okay, let's see. Boy.
He lands. Oh, damn it!
Okay. I need to seriously figure out what to do with that.
Skeletons.
Whoa, you just got killed by one of those bloodless inferno bomber skeleton type guys. Nice. I always wondered what would happen if you just kind of stood around while all their bombs went off.
Okay.
What's this time?
Welcome home, boy. You're late for dinner. Or breakfast, or whatever blasted meal's next.
That's all right, Father. I'm not feeling very hungry at the moment.
I asked repeatedly for the construction of a sundial, but every time they tell me no. Can you believe it? Your input.
You'll get the hang of it out there, lad. For all our sparring practice, there's no teacher like the real thing. Now then, I have something for you.
What, wait, you're giving me your codex? I can't accept something like this.
Please, I insist. I want your love of history to grow, not just your love of warfare. Besides, maybe you can finish out the rest of it.
I'm grateful.
Okay, I see no stories of my past. Stuff like okay. House of Hades. Nyx. Sacred, Hypnos. Achilles and Cerberus. And Tortuous.
Can't do it.
Off limits, I'm afraid.
How goes it, Shades?
Through any setback, you are always welcome here with me, dear child.
Bye, Nyx.
Or not. Let's see. Yeah.
There.
Let's see.
Tartarus, I will be stuck here all my life. There we go. Coronacht, the Heart Seeker. Let's deal some death.
Psst, over here.
What the?
Nice place you got here, boyo. Name's Skelly, how's it going? But enough with the small talk already. I'm here to do a job. So let me have it. Give me everything you got.
I don't remember having you on payroll, mate. Who's your supervisor?
Oh, I'm not about to wrap my sources, pal. Just try and beat it out of me.
If you insist.
Okay.
Oops.
Did I kill them? Oh.
Got you pretty good. Felt nothing there, sorry.
The courtyard of the House of Hades is kept neat and orderly, in contrast to the terrifying sprawl that lies beyond.
It's
Okay.
not that orderly, really.
So I need 3 keys, 4 keys.
Prestigious blade of the underworld. I need your strength.
That would have been my pick.
Alt X. Release. Okay. Okay.
Ready.
I think I got it. Okay.
Enchantments for my weapon. Tuned up.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I think I like this a bit better. Mostly because I don't have to be close to those things.
More witches?
Come on. Come on.
Christ, battle on this one was bound to show up, I guess. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
You've got quite the fighting spirit in you there, I
Oh,
have to say.
it
Most
is.
intriguing, and yet no surprise for someone born in hell itself. You come on out of there and tell me all about it. I'm a fellow student of death, you see.
Sure. I suppose that's one way I was looking at it. Cause of pain. Curse of pain. Curse of agony. Slicing shot.
This is my fight.
Okay.
It's dark, all right.
Let's see. I'll go with this one.
That's what you get. I bet Charon's going to want all this.
Yeah, he would. If I recall, it's supposed to be like 2 coins on the eyes. Well, a bit excessive. Pay him that much. Honestly. Let's see. Come on. Come on.
near the river.
Oh.
Kieran's shop. I can't. Here's the fee. Why, good to see you, Kieran, mate. Just minding my own business, taking in the sights, and sure is awfully convenient to be running into you like this. Had all this corn I wanted to get rid of.
Karen is tiny boatman and all things. Although I heard there isn't much conversation, he'll try to perhaps not persuasive enough.
The infernal wares of the Stygian boatman Charon lie sprawled about, available for sale to whomever would be willing to quench the boatman's great thirst for riches.
That would be me.
Honestly, the soundtrack to this game is pretty good.
Give it up. Scullabats.
Oh god, oh god.
Thank the gods.
Skull mats. It's a hideous appearance of non-human skulls. The skulls are effectively features of movements and teeth reaches of the underworld. Brimstones. Wretched Pass. Wretched Lout. The Apple Room torches. Even for the Pharisees, brutish entities who doubtless control even when they live. Okay. The Wretched Witch, practitioners of foul arts. Their lives and empire were cut short, but now continue the way within the bowels of the earth. The soul remains the source of purposes. This is snuff out the final vestiges of life that find their way into the Scrim domain. Okay, Underworld is the best known domain of death. So, okay. Centaur's hard to something for unlimited interiors and rings and songs past the mortal realm above. The result of the lives of the underworld. Palm of power. Okay, the pomegranate power. I can mention it speak. Pomegranate rare experience. Either way, it's on to the death, perhaps among the Lord Hades himself, the first king of the throne. Eons ago. Here, at the fruit is something from power. Daedalus hammer. Here, let's go. Okay. Let's see.
Let's go, lads.
No! Dang it. Okay. Well.
Bloodless bastards got me.
Yeah.
Shades of the dead mill constantly within the house, complaining of their woes and seeking audience from any who
Just come on in.
Cheers.
Had enough yet?
No.
He's back already, Cerberus. Just as I indicated.
I'm standing right here, Father.
I'm sorry he disturbed your rest again, Cerberus. You've done a good job. The realm is well defended still to the high standard that you set.
How you holding up, boy? Eating well lately? All 3 mouths full and happy?
Each terrifying maw of the infernal watchdog Cerberus responds affirmatively, one after the next, as if to reassure the ever-doubting prince.
What's that there? Something from the Fates?
Hmm. Let's see. Hmm.
Not going to open mud. Say, I was wondering, Achilles, any news of Orpheus of late? I've not seen him around here in some time. He's still paying his dues?
That I believe he is, lad. Your father, he was none too pleased with him last time I saw him here. I tried my best to simmer down the situation, but you know how it goes. I hope your father cuts his sentence short.
I hope so too. If you do see him, tell him I said hi.
Orpheus. Wasn't he a musician?
No way.
Quit meddling back there.
No. Oh.
Where Nix went. All right.
Hmm.
How's it going?
Right on schedule.
Come, Sergius.
Hmm.
Long way to go. I think I'm ready. Again.
Hmm. Let's see.
All set.
Oh,
I have to tell you something, little Hades. My relatives and I, we've been holding back one of our greatest gifts to see if you were worthy. And you are. My aid is yours. So call me if you need anything, especially to smash your enemies to bits.
Oh, what's this?
hmm.
The wrath of Poseidon at my beck and call. Heads up.
Each time the prince delves back into the underworld, its ever-shifting chambers realign to frustrate his attempts to perhaps map it out.
Built to ensure no one gets out. We'll see about that.
Hmm. Hmm. Come on. Come on. Let's see. Come on.
Gemstones. For safekeeping.
Immortals cherish these stones and make brilliant colors. Going to next discover their home from the earth, stealing to be the blunt from the. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay.
Did you want to know, my king, that you have slain more than 100 foes since you began your quest? You have, for I am keeping count, and I am most impressed.
This means war. Brimstones.
Okay.
It's going rather
Okay.
often back at home.
Let's see. Right here.
Must be the fountain chamber I commissioned back at home.
Come on. Hmm. Right here.
Never remember these back at the house.
Let's see. orange juices.
Ready, lads?
Damn it. Man. Okay.
Stupid skeleton twins.
Honestly, it is like, that's the issue I'm now dealing with.
Wow, you've died at least 5 times so far, I think. Dying's good for the whole ecosystem down here, so, thanks. You're helping make the underworld a better place.
Great. Just keep dying over and over and everything will be fine.
Useless. I see you've decided to come home. Changed your mind yet? Or looking for more pain and suffering?
More pain and suffering for sure. After all, you taught me to appreciate the finer things.
You keep telling yourself that, boy. But mark you my words. Sooner or later, this life that you have chosen for yourself shall teach you I was right.
Good talk. Good talk.
Okay. Let's see.
The ever-shifting chambers of the underworld ought to be a little livelier with this.
You need not listen to him, contractor.
You keep an eye on Father for me, boy. Don't let him sour up everyone's mood.
Cerberus promises to do exactly that, in his own way.
Happen to know whom I should thank for the weapons just outside my chambers, Achilles?
I'm sure I wouldn't hurt. Though if I happen to run into them, I'll let them know.
Hmm.
No use.
Can't let you in there, lad. Not permitted there.
Hmm.
A setback, then.
Nix? You've done so much for me, I thought you might like this.
You know your father does not like it when nectar is doled out on the premises, dear child. However, I am not he, and I wished, regardless, to provide you a token of my affection.
Aw.
I'm very grateful, Nix.
Through any setback, you are always welcome here with me, dear child.
Thank you, Nix.
Hmm.
Gods.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Time to mix up my style. Fix that.
Let's see.
Wretches. Who's next?
Okay.
Use this to unlock a weapon.
Let's do Zeus.
Uncle Zeus.
Hero and Olympus, nephew, would take care of one another and support each other. Quite unlike how it must be there in your father's dream domain. No wonder you intend to leave.
Let's see. Electric Shock. Thunder Dash. Okay.
Thunder and lightning.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Sweet.
Let's see. Go there. Okay.
The power of the gods.
Okay.
Check the old well.
Yeah. Oh. Oh my god. Did it just took himself out?
I'll hang on to these.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. I think right here should do it.
Oh no.
Stop him, Regis.
What?
Surrounded.
Oh no!
No.
That was it.
Are you kidding me? Jeez. Oh my gosh.
Father.
Why, I can scarce believe my eyes. Is that you, boy? Cerberus, look who it is. He's back.
Cerberus looks mournfully toward the prince.
No need to drag the dog into this, Father.
Anything you say to me, you say in front of Cerberus. You might even learn a thing or two from him of listening and of obedience.
How's everything been going lately, boy? What's the good word?
The Underworld Prince's casual inquiry serves but to frustrate the Infernal Hound, as none of this.
I can't afford any of this. Here are the gems. Let's cut her up to suit the hole back there.
It was perfectly acceptable before.
Your enemy is not the wretched dead, and not your father, lad. It is the Underworld itself. It has been fashioned to prevent escape. You must have seen by now how all the chambers seem to rearrange themselves.
The underworld itself.
Hmm.
My enemy. I'll do my best anticipating its surprises, sir. I better not.
House rules, lad.
I don't care.
Cease with your endless snooping.
You are returned. How can I possibly accept such generosity, my child? Surely others whom you know are more deserving of such offerings.
Nonsense, Nix. I want you to have it. You've always cared for me, and I can't ever repay you for that.
Hmm.
Hey, Father, I thought
Hmm.
maybe, here.
Where did you get this? You think you can butter me up with such trifles? Give me that, and then get out of here.
You're welcome, Father.
I wonder. Oh.
Next, you.
Okay.
What is your name?
Huh.
I've heard enough. Denied. Fine, granted.
Huh. Okay.
I can get stronger.
Everything's out of reach. Hmm. Let's see, animated skeleton. He's trying to get along. He is too talkative for me, and Sprouts a simple composition. Ooh.
Open up. Aegis, shield of chaos. Lend me your power.
You're using that thing now, huh?
Okay. Okay. I see how I'm going to be using this big time. Okay, so I'm just gonna dash in here.
That sound. That was revelry? People having a good time? Well, sure then. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I'll accept this message.
Hey there, Zagman. How's it going? Look, you have got to get here with the rest of us already. We've been saving you a spot. Let me see what I can do. Make life a little sweeter for you in the meantime.
Yeah.
Leave it to the god of wine to liven things up around here.
Okay. Yeah, that was Dionysus.
Just in time. Which way?
I choose that way. Okay. Ooh. I choose this way. Okay.
What do we have here? This can unlock a weapon back at home.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
You have the Shield of Chaos, Aegis. Quite unlike the one my good sister Athena likes to flash around. You have much better taste.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
The war is on.
Hmm. I'm gonna go over here this time.
Heads up. Sure.
Okay. Let's get to it. Okay. Let's see here.
Delicious.
Yeah. Okay. More nectarine. Nectar.
Nectar bottle. Not dead yet.
Restore 10%. That's a... Yeah.
This one.
Boy.
You and me.
Come on. Finally!
You're back.
Oh my
Thank you,
gosh.
cousin. I wish that I could will the pain away, though at least I can provide you this.
Okay. Finally, honestly. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Useless. Mine. Never gone this far.
Honestly. Oh my gosh. I am making it a lot farther.
Not too heavy.
Okay. Massive vegetable. I need health.
I'll pay for that.
That is private property.
Come and get it.
Okay, that's why.
Enough.
Finally. I'll take it.
I need to see what. Let's see. Let's see. It's alongside. Anyways. Huh?
Kieran's shop. Should help keep me going. Can't afford that.
Hmm.
Fine day to you as well there, mate. Now let's have a look at
Yeah.
the fire, shall we?
Beyond the present chamber lies the outermost perimeter of Tartarus, promising terrifying dangers far beyond the Underworld Prince's reckoning.
Okay.
And I can reckon quite a bit.
Okay. Come on.
Won't affect me, mate.
Okay. Hmm.
Well, this is awkward.
Halt, Zagreus. Not one step further.
Come on, mate. Haven't we had more than enough of each other by now? Besides, don't you have someplace else to be?
Your father sent me. All in all, I'd rather be on your dad's side than his. Now you can turn back, like a good little man, or I can send you home the painful way.
I'll have to go with the painful way.
A man after my own heart.
I'm highly positive I'm gonna die, but let's see. Yep. That's... Yeah. Well, way farther than I originally have gotten.
Ah, cheers for that, Meg. Surprise, Hypnos. I got you this.
Whoa, 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 you can't bring that in here. Just kidding. Thanks. But wait, I'll trade you. Look.
Cheers, Hypnos.
Oh, wow, so Megara herself got me last time. That must have been intense. She's fast and strong and beautiful and, anyway, I hope the fates are nicer to you next time.
Yeah, I hope so too.
To suffer such indignity for my own kin.
Wow. Okay. Lacking in property. So, no into the room for sitting down.
The sealed weapons by your chambers. Your father won't observe their absence, I don't think. They remind him of a time he stood together with his brothers and sisters. He wants nothing more to do with any of that. I think it's fitting you've inherited their power.
Power that once sealed away the Titans. Maybe it's a power that can break me out of here. Thank you for helping me, Achilles.
Severus.
Have you yet satisfied your foolish urges? Perhaps a lashing from the Fury's whips would set you straight.
I had it out with them already, thanks.
Such nonsense. First you defy me openly, and now you lie. On my next meeting with the Furies, we'll have a word about all this. You rest assured.
Wish I could be there to see your face.
Let's see.
Well, I don't see why not. This ought to make the lounge
Oh.
presentable until Cerberus wrecks it again.
Finally, you cleared the mess you caused.
Hey, the lounge is open.
A commemorative board adorns one of the stoic walls within the lounging area, celebrating and proclaiming the accomplishments of those who serve Lord Hades best of all.
Let's see here.
Won't ever see my face up on that wall, I guess. Greetings, broker.
The prince himself. You?
Do so.
Want to talk to me? Me? Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
I just wanted to say the lounge looks wonderful, as good as new. Better. I hope it's not been too much trouble patching up.
Ow! I have to clean the rafters.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Do so. Okay.
Greetings, chef.
You are home. Alas, you have seen much of Hypnos lately, child. I hope you find his disposition somewhat tolerable. Please tell me plain if this is not the case.
Oh, he's not so bad, Nix. Be proud of your sleepy, cheerful son. Who else among us is able to muster that kind of enthusiasm?
I wonder, would these be open at some point? So I'm very curious on what they will look like, honestly. Also, I'm assuming this is the garden. Or something of that nature.
Hey, room.
Let's see, where's Cerberus?
Excellent.
Need some practicing?
Bye, everyone.
Let's see. Okay.
Oh, it's her.
Aphrodite?
There must be a nest. Let's see here. Hi there. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Why, hello, hello there, little godling. I
Aphrodite.
have to say, you're quite the specimen, and so I've decided I shall aid you for the moment. You
Interested in the power to break hearts? Sure, I don't see why not.
After which, beauty and charm. That's
I can use this to unlock a weapon.
Let's see.
I feel stronger.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go choose that part from now on. Well, that's for the time being.
That's something.
Okay.
Gemstones.
Let's see. Life essence.
Good.
Okay. No. I need to go over here. Come on. Come on.
What else?
Come on, come on. Let's see, Poseidon or... Okay. I'll go with Poseidon because it's been a while since I have done that. Okay.
You rats again, huh?
Okay. Come on. Okay. Come on. Okay. Okay.
So you've already heard from Aphrodite, have you, nephew? Understandable. But first things first. Now let me add a little something to all that.
Let's see. Poseidon's aid. Alright. I think this will be good. Okay. Okay.
That shield of yours called Aegis. Why, in fact, it's mine from long ago, young man. I've no more need of it, of course, but how you found it, you shall have to tell me once you're here.
Okay.
Lord Zeus's strength.
Okay, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
The underworld's power.
Okay. Okay. Come on, come on. Okay, distraction this place up. I don't know if they have like secret coins or anything like that, so that's sort of just why I just go around my legend.
Here we go again.
If I could take a minute of your time.
Is
Okay. Okay.
There we are. This should work.
Okay, let's see. Ooh, a duo one. I'll go with the duo just because I don't recall ever seeing this. Okay.
The gods want me to choose. Is my hair sticking up?
The word of caution, little nephew. Never turn your back against the sea. And while you're at it, never take up sides against your greatest uncle.
I'm sorry, Uncle.
Dang it. I immediately...
How embarrassing.
Of course. Of course you do this.
Tough break.
Oh, hey there, Dusa. How's your endless toil treating you?
Mr. Hypnos, do you maybe think that you could, keep an eye on the procession line before Lord Hades, like you were supposed to?
Oh, that's no problem. I can definitely do that. I'll just add it to the list.
Good, then. Glad we had the chance to chat. Now, maybe get some sleep or something. You look pretty beat.
Get on it, Hypnos. Prince. Achilles, have you ever run across the shade of Daedalus in all your time? I found some of his legendary hammers out there, but no sign of him.
I've never met him, no. Your father keeps him fully occupied with building out his underworld and renovating constantly. No wonder some of his old crafting tools are strewn about. I take it you've been able to make use of them?
Indeed I have.
And there's Cerberus.
Blood and darkness, but this place is falling apart. Nobody works an honest day down here.
Father, everybody's dead. Give him a break.
What would you even know of honest work? At least the wretched dead yet honor me as lord. I cannot say the same for you.
Cerberus acknowledges the prince with an affection tempered well with time.
Be good, boy.
You have returned.
The Olympians can't really see me, can they, Nix? I mean, not very well. I get that they can sense details here and there, but they don't know the full extent of what's going on. Are we really so far beyond their influence?
You are enshrouded from them, child. For your own benefit and theirs. They know as much as necessary to assist. And I trust they shall, for as long as you require. They are bound to one another as family. And they know that you require aid. Do not be too prideful to accept.
I won't.
Oh, it changed.
It's only the Thanatos on Meg up there. What's in stock? Sure, why not?
The lounging area within the House of Hades is a dismal place to be. In in spite of its intended purpose to enliven the house's grim inhabitants.
It's better than nothing. Something smells good.
Let's see.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Okay, so that's maxed out.
Feeling good.
Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Okay.
The path
Let's
toward
see.
the surface lies somewhere beyond all that. I think I'll try this one.
Nah, that was nothing. That
Can't do that.
Go. Hey.
Time to go.
Let's see. Okay.
Gust of air.
Ooh.
This mark, almost like a bat wing. In the
Is
name of
Hermes?
Olympus, I accept this message.
This is Hermes. Hermes, right?
Hey boss, found you. Hermes, at
It
your
is.
service. Pleasure. You are the talk of Olympus. Normally I wouldn't get mixed up, but for you, I'll be making an exception. Now come on, we've both got places to be.
Appreciate the lift, Lord Hermes, sir. Now let's go. Nice try. Wretches.
Hermes. Hermes. Let's see.
Here I am.
Let's see.
Here they come. Hello there, Dionysus.
Sometimes I have to wonder, man, what's going through your head. I mean, I know you hear me and the others, but it's so damn dark down there, I can't hear you at all.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah. Let's see.
That's what you get. Perfect.
Okay. Let's see. I will go here. Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Still alive.
Okay. Okay. Come on.
Yes, you're no condition for an outing with me, dearest. Though perhaps you might recover from your hardships with my aid.
Okay, more deals. Let's see.
Heartbreak time.
Okay.
Something I need. Bot. What do I get?
Okay. Let's see here. Hello, hello, hello. What the hell is this thing? No! Dang it. Let's see what to do.
Ugh, that blasted Doomstone.
Oh, looks like you ran smack into the Doomstone out in Tartarus. Thing gives me the creeps. Next time, try standing perfectly still. That way it'll all be over
over that much faster.
Makes sense. Achilles, sir. There's something I've been wondering about your codex. The words are yours, and yet it's through my actions that I'm able to absorb them. Is that how mortal scriptures always work?
Ah, you have to understand, lad. I've been here in your father's realm for quite some time. My documented learnings became bound to me, much like the spear, you see. You can undo those bindings over time. Thus, my knowledge can be yours, whatever it amounts to.
I see. I think. I'm grateful for it, sir. Hey, Achilles. Look, this really isn't much, but here.
This really is for me. You beat me to it then, as I had meant to give you this when next we spoke. Please take.
Thanks so much, sir.
Okay, let's see. I buried far too many of them. I sent many of them to this place, where now at last we are all peers. We are all peers. Unfortunately, the master of the house took pity on me and spared me from my eternal boredom. Okay, with the existence closer to the times I used to live and had a job to do.
Won't open.
That's well off limits, boy.
I don't care!
Has to stay shut like that. The vicious three-faced guardhound of the gates of death barks out a brief hello.
Nice chatting.
Well, that was quick. What news, boy? Ready to give up or no?
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Lucky I've got other family who believe in me.
Be careful whom you give your trust. My brothers frolic on Olympus while we work, while I work. You're just like them. No wonder they like you.
Let's go with this one then. This is the color suited for our hole back there.
Indecisive as ever.
You have met most of your Olympian relatives by now, child. Although the power of their blessings is fleeting here, they shall continue to support you as long as necessary.
They all still think I'm headed to join them on Olympus. That's why they're helping me.
They are helping you because you are family. Family with whom they do not yet have a complicated past.
It's getting complicated pretty fast. Achilles in the spotlight. Give me the best deal you've got. What's for breakfast? Dinner, maybe?
The ancient casks of wine hidden within the recesses of the House of Lord Hades. Few have tasted the intoxicating vintage they contain, and fewer still are permitted anywhere near their vicinity.
Okay.
Still waiting for the festive occasion when we'll open one of these.
Ah!
Hey, Room. I'm back.
Hope you're having a nice stay. Even though you don't want to live here anymore, Your Highness.
And there she goes again. Night and darkness.
Okay, come on, come on, come on.
I'm out. My shield.
No.
Release. in Tartarus. Or night. I have no idea. One more time.
Let's see. Let's give this a shot. Okay.
Firepower I can get.
Okay. That was fast.
What's that poker thing there on the ground? So all I need to do is sacrifice some of my life essence to go in here. Oh, I don't see why not.
Never seen that before.
Who or what is that? This is not someone I recognize. So, in the name of Hades, hello, may I ask who's calling? Have we met?
Oh.
You wish to leave this place, and it is my wish to make your doing so a little bit more interesting. And if you encounter the Olympians someday, do give them my regards.
Oh my god.
I'll have to withstand the whims of chaos to extract the benefits a few chambers from now.
Okay. More to chaos. Oh my gosh. Okay, so pretty much during the day it's just to maintain perfect.
This can unlock something back home.
Okay. Let's see here. Come on. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay.
My chaos being evolved into effect.
Okay, so chaos is a new entity. Let's see. Come on. Come on.
How fares your feud against my crusty elder brother lately? Good? Big Hades, he's disagreeable with all of us, not just with you. So don't you take it personal and stick with me.
The ocean's fury.
Let's see. Right here. Dang it. A new enemy that I just cannot seem to get past through. I might should get past through like the skeleton twins, or whatever they
That's
are
right, it's
known
called the
as.
Doomstone.
Hey, you keep dying? You happen to run into my brother anywhere out there by any chance? Haven't seen him in ages. What's with the long assignment?
Something about a war. Father sent Thanatos to take stock, but you're right. It's been a while now that you mention it. I guess a lot's occurred down here since then.
I'd say the lounge reopened. Let's see, what else? Anyway, you see my brother out there? You tell him we've got everything here under control.
Everything under control.
Pardon the interruption, everyone. Go, get out. Don't let me stop you.
Good chat, Father. Achilles, sometimes I fear that Father, if he learns that you've been aiding me, that he will not be generous with you.
Don't worry about me, lad. The father's still getting caught up with work that I created for him in my mortal days. Besides, there's nothing he can take from me. We have a mutual arrangement, he and I.
I hope you're right. Nyx must be someplace else.
Oh god, I was like, okay.
What's in stock? I'll take it. Miss Dusa, I wanted you to have this. It's nothing really, just for your hard work.
Prince, I'm really grateful for this, really, and I thought I kind of got something for you.
Thanks, Miss Dusa. Dusa, turns out that I may be stopping back from time to time like this, but please don't bother picking up my room. I won't be staying long.
Sure, but I'll just keep an eye on things in there from time to time, in case you change your mind. So, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Let's see. I'm just curious on where they go. Let's see.
Skelly.
Oh, that's right.
No turning back. That's it. Go away. Might as well.
Oh gosh.
Darkness.
I see an artifact that sprang from me after the dawn of time. It is considered a defensive instrument, I do believe. Though I suspect you have discovered, or soon shall discover, it is nothing of the sort. It shall be done.
Okay. Let's see.
Who else? I'll take him.
Okay. Let's go.
The perfect gift.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. I don't know in this room. Okay. Let's go. Okay.
Good for the health.
Okay. Let's see.
Library from chaos is transformed.
Let's see. Let's see. Is this the ideal strategy? Is this seriously the strategy I gotta be doing? No. Come on. Come on, come on. Let's see.
Oof, damn giant evil crystal.
I was getting close though. Or at least I think.
I'm up. It's fun watching the pool of sticks, you know? The ripples in the blood and everything, and sometimes somebody pops out of there like you. House staff and guests of honor. No one else. I sign them in and I'll make sure they have a pleasant stay.
Well, sign me in then.
Oh, tough luck. So how did it go? How did you die ignobly this time, pray tell? Cerberus and I can't wait to hear the tale.
In that case, I'll spare you the details.
Fine. Your failure is quite easily imagined. How often it recurs. Almost as though my realm is built to keep you here. You and every single soul that's ever lived. But by all means, continue struggling.
The triple-headed monster Cerberus is dutifully sitting there as ever.
Look what I got for you, boy.
As one of Cerberus's heads receives the prince's gift, another muzzles something back into his hand.
Thank you, boy.
Aww. Yes, the massive head of the beast faces on the shore of the supplies, and to another world, or those attempting to escape, however, tails of the number of his heads are often saturated. In his old age, his temper has grown much more relaxed indeed. He seems more the sole source of comfort for the house of Grandmaster.
Achilles is off duty.
I wonder.
No way.
Turn yourself around.
No!
Child?
Nyx, do you know anything about a softly spoken gentle being under the guise of chaos? They approached me recently and offered me a boon of sorts.
Primordial chaos. Indeed, I know them well. They must have taken interest in your quest. I would advise that you beware their offerings, though know that chaos, whilst a trickster, is not a deceiver.
I understand, I think. Thanatos, featured servant of the house.
Your Highness! So, hi, Prince. So, is there anything I can get you? Or maybe tidy up some more? Or, I just thought maybe you'd like something to drink sometime?
Oh, drink sometime sounds wonderful, Dusa. Maybe tomorrow, assuming I'm not getting out of here by then?
I mean, it's no big deal. I mean, forget I asked. Or anything. I'm sorry. Bye.
Dusa?
Okay.
I'm back, Rome. Did you miss me? Hey. Whoa!
Let's just see. Let's see.
I'm ready.
So close.
My shield grows stronger. Should be useful.
Okay. Aphrodite. That's it.
Lady Aphrodite.
Don't lose heart, my little godling. I won't have you giving up before you get to see me in the flesh among the gardens of Olympus here.
I'll choose the Nectar once again.
Numbskulls. Looks like a good dash.
Or no, let's see.
There's more.
Zagreus, you must have left most of your lifeblood back the other way. I jest. But you look terrible.
Not finished yet.
Let's see. Let's see. Dang it.
Ouch. Alright. Again?
Here you go, boy. Triple order, just the way you like it.
Has it occurred to you that I'm preoccupied?
No.
Looks like one of the wretched witches shot you dead last time. Sorry to hear that, huh? Have you tried shooting them first?
I have.
No.
No, this is for me. You really shouldn't have. You're spoiling me rotten.
I just happen to think you deserve better than you've got down here, Achilles.
Nix and I have matters here under control.
Thanks, sir.
Let's see.
Nix, sometimes I get the impression the Olympians look down on those of us born of the underworld. Is that my imagination, or what do you make of it?
The gods of Mount Olympus tend to think themselves above us, child. Or so your father often likes to say. He alone was relegated to this realm, and grew resentful of his relatives on high.
I can't imagine him otherwise. Anything good? Fair and square.
Let's see.
How's it going? I need to track down more chthonic keys. Got something new to try. Okay.
Let's see.
All right, one more time.
Yeah, let's see.
This shield's about to get a whole lot stronger. Modified.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so my assumption of breaking these was in fact correct.
I'll just take that.
Diagnosis. But no, that's what I took in the diagnosis route.
More numbskulls.
Okay, let's see. Okay, come on. Let's see.
Get to Olympus, man. It's gonna be a feast like you have never seen. You mark my words. Now take this and good luck.
Let's see.
Cut me right out.
Okay. Let's see.
Bit of a break.
Okay, let's see. let's see.
A place of calm and respite, whilst perhaps unimaginable in the underworld, occasionally is to be found, in fact.
And not a moment too soon.
Let's see, what's this one?
That's a relief.
Hey, Princess. Must look like I'm
See
slightly off
this.
with the old boulder here, but I was just getting back on my feet. The Fury Sisters don't often leave me be. Where'd they go, anyway? And, what are you doing here?
Oh, you know, just out on a little stroll is all. Do me a favor, though. You see the Fury Sisters, let them know I was headed down the way I came from, will you?
Oh, I'll let them know, all right. I hear you loud and clear, Your Highness. I'll just go about my business now, and you take care. I got you covered, Prince.
Cheers, mate.
Can I go up here? No. Okay. Okay, let's see.
So,
I'm glad that the game is being generous with me so far.
lads. That's what you get.
We were so fortunate to have received the boon of Dionysus prior to my own. He, the most noble and important of us all, the god of wine himself.
Let's see. Where am I? Come on.
Centaur strength.
Anything else? I'll go over here then. Okay.
Over there.
Let's see. Come on. Anything else? Okay. I'm gonna go with this out. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, mate.
Sorry.
If there happens to be something really horrible awaiting me beyond that door, then give me a sign, won't you? Great.
Oh. Again.
Ever stubborn, aren't you? Maybe my whip might make you reconsider whatever it is that you're attempting here.
Your whip's not been all that persuasive in the past.
Maybe persistence will pay off for both of us. Come then.
I know this is not the best strategy, but you know what? It's okay enough. on. Dang it. No. I was getting very close.
Well, you win this round, Meg.
For shame.
Hey boy, just me again. Here to report it's pretty dangerous out there even without you on guard duty all the time.
The venerable Hound of Hell barely acknowledges the softly spoken prince's platitude, knowing full well the underworld is not as vigilantly guarded as in ages past.
I just wanted to apologize because I think maybe I didn't act very appropriately last time you spoke to me. But I just really, really like this job, and I promise I will always do my very best, so I just hope I'll have another chance.
Dusa, please, there's no need to apologize. You've been doing a wonderful job, really.
What? You really mean it, Prince? Thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay, let's see. I offer some resistance, although it is here. The little Gorgon bears her fangs, refusing any help. I can clearly see my own reflection in our polished countertones. She doesn't read it either.
What's for sale? Need more of those, so here. Fair trade.
Through any setback, you are always welcome here with me, dear child.
I want to go lie down.
It is the dead of night, or the approximation of it in the realm of Hades. Prince of the underworld, Zagreus rises from a fitful slumber, with much mischief on his mind.
Mischief? Me? I was just going to have a little look through father's stuff.
All is quiet at this time. Ever-dreaming Hypnos put a spell upon the house, as willful Zagreus had asked of him. All are fast asleep, save for the prince. It is exactly as he planned.
Lower your voice, old man. I'm trying to be sneaky here.
He ventures toward the stately throne of his lord father, half expecting to be caught, but ill expecting what he is about to find.
Okay.
I said shut up, old man.
He does not know exactly what he seeks. He only knows that something always has felt off to him, that he does not belong. Who is he, really? Lord Hades never would indulge such questions, so Prince Zagreus would find out for himself.
Okay.
He rifles through his lord father's possessions. There is not much of any import there. Ledgers and administrative parchment work. Correspondence from Olympus which he had ignored. No trace of any reference to his son. But then, there is the note. Written finally in a hand and voice the likes of which the prince had never seen or heard.
Hades, I can no longer tolerate my life here in this place. So I'm leaving,
Even if it kills me, I won't be returning to Olympus. If there is a place where I belong in this world, it must be somewhere between heaven and hell. Perhaps it's on the coast and has a little garden. Take care of Cerberus. I shall miss him. Persephone.
Thus did Prince of the Underworld Zagreus absorb the contents of this hidden letter, written in his mother's hand.
His mother's hand? My mother's hand? Wait, what? You're saying this Persephone, that she's my mother? But Father always said that Nyx was a liar. He lied to me. They both did. All my life.
Thus did the prince discover, inadvertently, the well-kept truth about his lineage. Entirely by chance, this did occur. Persephone, the one-time queen of all the underworld. Where had she gone? And why? Engulfed by newfound questions and his rage, the prince decided to confront his lord and master.
Why? You're... Nyx, you're not my mother. All this time, you and my father, you lied to me?
Oh, my dear child. So now you know. So now you know. But only half the truth. I can explain the rest, so... Please. It never was my wish to hurt you.
Mother, I wonder, will you even remember me? It's never bedtime here. So tell me something, Father, if you please, since we're more candid lately in regard to matters of my birthright here and all. Did you and Mother... how to put this? Any brothers or sisters I should know about?
I thought I told you never to invoke her here. Be thankful that you have no blasted kin. You've such weak blood and such a temperament. Why then would you think I'd risk another such as you?
Sure, that's fair enough. It's just not all such things occur as planned, as I am told, from tales of your brothers and so forth.
They'll blast my brothers and blast you as well. All those who know me know I have no heir. You could not rise to the occasion if you tried. And there is no one else. You've only me. And I have only you.
Heartwarming. Achilles on break, I guess.
Keep out of there, I said.
No.
Can't do it.
Let's see. Let's see.
Let's see what's in here. Varatha, the eternal spear. Join my pursuit.
What is it?
Let's get back at it.
Family. Death is your only family. Death and I. Best get accustomed to the both of us.
Hmm.
No, not on your life. There, that's it.
Oh.
Shoot. Hello, mates. You're gone. Have a nice death.
Yeah. Honestly, this kind of reminded me of a time in back in high school. Actually, I actually had played a role in theater of being Zagorus in high school. Actually,
Yes.
it was like a two-person, like small, short, 5-10 minute play of sorts. It was completely based on Greek mythology, and I was obviously Zagorus, and one of my friends, or classmates, she was Persephone. Though I'll admit I do not remember the full detail of the story of what we did, I remember that it was clearly that I was supposed to convince as Icarus, was supposed to like convince Persephone to come back to the underworld. Well, back to Hades for the time being. But yeah, this is an old memory. This reminded me of. Yeah.
The underworld's power.
Hey, I once heard Lord Hades has in his employ the greatest hero of the Trojan War. You happen to know anything about that? I'm kind of a fan. You see Achilles, tell him he's the best for me.
Let's hunt some dead.
Hmm. Okay.
I sense that you've been marked by the elusive Artemis, correct, nephew? She shies away from most of us, so if she's taken somewhat of a liking to you, great.
Damned lost souls with nowhere left to turn congregate in deepest Tartarus, where they fuse together with the earth itself into odious forms which defy description.
They basically turn into big crystals.
Thanks for the explanation, man. It's...
What is it now?
Trespasser!
Come on then.
Useless.
Peace and quiet. Good enough.
Come on. Well, let's see.
Hey, hey. Hey, sir.
Within the depths of Tartarus reside the most wretched of all the shades who linger for eternity within the underworld, whose lord and master is especially unkind to those attempting to cheat death.
Lots of wretchedness to go around, I guess.
They'll just come back next time. You know, Prince, it's been good not having to see those Fury sisters quite as much lately. The main one, what's her name? She's on your case now, isn't she?
You mean Megara? She's on my case, all right. Under strict orders not to let me out of Tartarus. I guess that means you've got yourself a break. About damn time they gave one to you, sir.
Here you are.
That's better. Good enough to eat.
Let's see. Let's see.
Let me see.
Over here. I think it'll be good.
Charon's shop. That's a relief. Shouldn't use this.
Looks like we need to get rest here among the foul detritus of the boatman's wares. You truly take me to the best of places.
Hey, good to see you out here, mate. It looks as though you've got some fine wares up for sale, don't you?
Hello, hello.
And there you are again. Lord Hades ought to lock you up rather than let you run amok in his domain like this.
I'm sure he'd welcome all this feedback from you, Meg. Or maybe you're just pining for my father's job.
I have no envy for your father's position. Besides, I happen to enjoy my own responsibilities.
No! No! Although I'm getting closer and closer. That's for sure.
Damn you, Meg.
Be strong. Your extended family, the Olympians, they wish to help you from this place, don't they? I just hope that their intentions are as pure as they appear. They don't get on well with your father.
Neither do I last time I checked. I'll take all the help I can get trying to break out of here.
I'm pleased to hear you say that. I've known too many far too proud to accept help, even when it was sorely needed. You just be careful, lad.
You're late with your report, Hypnos. Again. Again. The dead, of course, can wait, but I'm less patient. Now explain yourself to me.
Oh, well, let's see. I woke up, I don't know what time it was, and I made sure that every shade had been accounted for, just like I always do, except I couldn't find my list at first. Can you believe it? I thought maybe my brother played a little prank, and so...
Get to the blasted point already. I don't have all day or night. Your report, where is it?
Sure, I was just getting to it, Master. My list, I found it over by the lounge. It was inside, but I am not the one who put it there, no sir. So I've been making positively sure it's not been tampered with, that it has everybody's name, cause of death, place of birth, former body weight, any previous allergies or medications.
Enough. Blood and darkness, that's enough from you. Just see to it the ledger of the dead is accurate, and get back to your post. Would that you would be more like your brother.
You've done it now, Hypnos. What's new? Nix isn't around.
Hi, hi, Your Highness. I just wanted you to know that if you do get out, we are going to miss you around here. Okay, so, bye.
Thanks.
Right. Going back.
I can grow stronger.
Let's see. Jesus.
All set.
Hey, something back there for you, pal.
Another weapon. Which to choose?
Let's see. I think I'm gonna call it for now. We'll get to the astrology session of the stream, so hold on. Okay. Hold on. This should only take momentarily. Okay, so hello? Okay. Okay, so we'll be talking about the Zodiac5. And first things first, let me just load up a chart. So as mentioned earlier, we will be going over the Zodiac5. What this is something I've known for a couple of years. However, I never really used it, or at least given much attention in terms of the public's perspective. Primarily broken down to the mere fact that this shows nothing but pure chaos. It is chaotic energy and also does general, like, bad, if not terrible, outcomes or manifestations normally. But every single alignment in general is a gift, so these also could be used as a tactic to, quote, identify some of your worst possible traits if you're interested in a more of a self-help like perspective. And do note also as well, like, just because someone has these alignments doesn't mean that you are guaranteed to fall under these particular outcomes. Instead, you are more likely to be in a situation where you can manifest the positive outcomes or combinations of these terrible alignments. But again, this depends on how you manifest and how you partake in this. To know both the Zodiac5 and Zodiac10, these two sets essentially show the exact same thing. The only major differences is, from my understanding, the semi-quintile, which is a small line used here, if you can see it. But let's say send that to Prometheus right here. This is a semi-quintile. If it was an alignment from this sign to over here, this is a quintile from Wahala to Orcus. Then here is another alignment where it is a sesquintile, also known as the sensitensile. Right here is the biquintile, which is the worst possible alignment from the Zodiac5, and this is an opposition right here from Valhalla to Court. Now, the opposition is bad, but if we're talking about in terms of Zodiac5 and 10, the biquintile, which is right here, from the JK to the Jupiter Chiron midpoint to Valhalla, that is the most worst possible point to exist. The one with Valhalla interacting with Volcano or the Chiron. This is pretty bad, but it is, from my understanding, somewhat rather weak. But with Valhalla interacting with Xanthus and also Orcus, this is pretty bad in general, much more stronger than the other one. And Valhalla interacting with Sun and Isis, this is bad, but this is a very minor negative component as well. But just to make things more easier, we're just going to focus on quintiles and biquintiles. So, the Zodiac5 and Zodiac10, what they are is the Zodiac, when we say Zodiac followed by a number, whether it's 5, 7, 10, 11, 9, whatever, what we're referring to is the Zodiac, or the circle, as you see here, broken into an X amount of equal pieces. So Zodiac5, we're breaking the circle down into 5 equal pieces. And just to make it more easier for you to see, this is what that will look like. As you can see, this is 5 equal pieces. So the Zodiac5, what makes this so special is when we are using it, it will then calculate or show us all possible angles that we will be using based on that division. So all the angles are multiples of when you divide 360 degrees, which is a circle, by 5. So you get 72 and of course 144, roughly. Now, let's look at Baby No Money's chart since we're already here. Let's focus on, let's pull up Diana. So let me first just filter this out. Venus, Uranus, Diana. Okay, the Saturn, Jupiter midpoint. And Saturn Chiron midpoint. Okay. Okay. Now, since we're focusing on Diana, Diana in this case will be showing naivety. So in this case, for Baby No Money, is naivety interacting with Venus. In this case, what it could suggest is laziness or indulgence or the lack or issue of working well with others or a lack of something that could be harmonious, but it is very much disharmonious. Saturn Chiron, this is a heartbreak midpoint. It is essentially being seen at its worst possible light and many other things of that sort. So also with Diana, it is interacting with Uranus. Uranus is a symbolic of change and revolutions, but in this context, it could suggest like rebellious or like the urge to be rebellious. And the Saturn-Jupiter midpoint, which is right here, this also is a point of blunder thinking or thoughts. So this could suggest like he is very prone to be potentially where he may suffer through excessive heartbreaks because he is very prone to want to essentially be impulsive and make naive decisions that are impulsive or changing or fluctuating for some odd reason. And these impulsives of not really comprehending or thinking things through may cause a form of disconnection in terms of working well with others or his relationships or ability to be creative with others, his naivety and indulgence or laziness to work well with each other, if it's not managed well or worked on, can lead to immensive blunders that may take a very long time for him to master or overcome. Like these issues may come and go as they have a tendency, but this may be a lifelong issue if it's not treated, or if it does manifest in that way, it may not be well to his endeavors. However, a positive component, if this is mastered well, is this will give him a new sense of like wisdom or knowledge or insight in terms of how to work well with each other, how to work well with others, and this can manifest into like a form of cash flow where he can make money with working with others and still be able to maintain control over the public or how the public is perceiving him. And if this is very much well mastered, if this again, if the issue is overcome. This also could suggest that he is able to, creatively speaking, may have a tendency of sort of also pushing the boundaries with being extremely lucky and even in his love life. However, also, speaking of love life, since Uranus is interacting with Venus, this could also strongly suggest that he may be, quote, the eternal bachelor, which is probably not really ideal, but it could also be broken down to, again, like the need of change of partners, or in other cases, like he may be not necessarily unloyal, but may have the tendency of, may have a looking eye or do something that may be perceived as cheating, unfortunately, which may unfortunately stab him in the back if he is not careful. So again, these are just probable outcomes that could manifest if they do. And this is not saying that he does do that, but these are just probable outcomes that is very likely, unfortunate for his case, that he does fall under these possible categories. But that's sort of some of the things that could manifest. Now, with the chaos component, let's look at a new chart. Let's focus on a character that is not real, but they are without a doubt a very chaotic entity of sorts. And if you've been around the internet for a while or haven't thought of this in years, let's look at creepypastas, for example. This particular creepypasta, as you can tell, is banned drowned. So what we are looking at on how I got this chart for Ben Drown is, this is based on the first stories or images or videos of what the character first came to an existence with, at least in terms of online and so forth. Do note some of these creepypastas, individuals, and characters, some of them are based off of something else that's based off of something else and so forth. But in terms of, like, quote, the more modern versions that most of us are familiar with online, this is the most earliest and first possible dates that I could obtain where that name or reference to this particular entity was first mentioned, as far as my backtracking and backlogging I was able to find. So, and the very unique thing about this is, if you have these charts, and let's say you're making a game or you want to do some type of artwork or something where with these characters and have it be very positive light shine onto it, this is actually a very good thing to have, because it shows you the best and worst times or trends with these characters. It also shows you how you can make money by using them, which just, let me just kind of backtrack a bit, but let's just click on Midas, for example. Midas is very much in the extreme declination, but we can already tell, like, this is an extreme ability to make money. And of course, even many other points is also very much in the extremes. Let's just find one that, find a point that is interacting. Okay, with Odin, for example. Like Odin Aces, for example, it strongly suggests that this character is going to be a very much massive success, or the path of fortune, Aces, is very much a very powerful, well-compelling type character. A character that is very successful and yet also meets its full potential. Very successful and a mess of luck for a character in terms of online uses and purposes. A very successful and very luck-filled character that may also contribute into building it some type of own future of itself, or of its own capability. And of course, the self-confidence, the self-esteem and all that of the massive success could aspire to for further stories and collaborations and so forth. That's what this also could suggest, but as you can already see, just by that alone, we get this very good idea of like why you want to know when is the best and worst time to release a character like this in general, and to have those charts, whether you created them or you're going to quote borrow them or use them in a different manner or something of that nature. Anyways, so back into the chaotic components of this. Let us look at, let's see, pause. No, that's not interesting enough. Never mind. Let's look. Minus. Now, for those of you that do not know, when it came to creepypastas, a lot of the individuals who either reported or created these stories, or wherever that case may have been for each one individually, most of these stories went viral like crazy. However, if we are talking in terms of what the apparent creators, because there's some instances where there was like 5 different people who proclaimed to be the creator for some stories, or well, like these particular entities or variations of these entities, or some of them kind of fought for these creative prowess or whatever the case may be. These stories did went viral, however, a good portion of them allowed intention that most of these people didn't necessarily wanted, or they enjoyed it at first, but then it just became too much for them for one reason or another. So these characters sort of have been a double-edged sword. Yes, they were very successful, they went viral and so forth. But also, if we're talking in terms from how the creators withstood the test of time, some of them went very well, but a good portion of them didn't. And with Ben Drown, for example, when it came to like making money, or the ability for this character to make its greater money, it was without a doubt very creative and intuitive, where it was very much like, quote, working and creating them well online, and we can see amidst cash flow, so like we see a very strong potential for financial endeavors. However, a well-developed future, and again with more financials and possible outcomes, this could have very much been well success, but the mere fact that Dionysus is over here, so this could suggest that despite all these creative efforts and ability for it to be well maintained and well structured in its own manner, it wasn't really designed well in terms of like ability and how one could fully make money off of this type of character, in terms of whether it was in advertisements or collaborations. Just Ben Drown wasn't, unfortunately, a character that most people will want to work with in terms of making a profit of sorts, of like whether it's a live action film for making more money of it, or if we're talking about merch for Ben Drown. That stuff is made a bunch by indie, but for the actual creator themselves is far, as we could tell, this would be a massive struggle for them. And of course with Dionysus over here, Dionysus in a science-based astrology here would suggest of sort of like an authoritative like capability, like yes, this character is one of the major popular stories to the point it has massive authority of its own kind of rights, but at the exact same time, this character or entity it's not going to work well with others in terms of like making money. Like if we're talking about like the fan fictions and stuff like that, okay, but in terms of mainstream media or even of sense of situations and scenarios where the creator can actually make a decent amount of money while still having maintained full control over the character, this would definitely be a massive struggle. So this is some of the issues on why at least the character, from my knowledge, there were so many of the financial issues or things that it just didn't work out well because not many people wanted to work in terms of collaborations to make more money for this character, to make money with this character as a sole concept or something else of that nature. It was just very unfortunate and all around. Now, let's pull up another chart. Let's look up Child's Play. Now, why this movie, which is not a game, but is in fact a movie, and you may recognize this as the main character or villain versus Chucky the doll. Now, Chucky is based off an actual haunted doll, and I will not say its name. However, from stories and various accounts, this was one of the most successful yet unique horror films and is very much an icon on its own manner. But in this case, we do have also additional type of personality where it very much manifested into the character. So let's look at Sedna. And just filter on through. So first, let's see. We'll be looking at Sedna, the Saturn Chiron midpoint. Let's see. Hermes, Midas. Now, with Sedna, it is a financial celestial body, and also Midas over here is also another financial celestial body. But if we're talking about each planet's unique characteristics individually, Sedna is not only a financial body, but it's a celestial body that also has some associations with horror and terror. In this case, is pure horror. So as a scary movie, or scary evil character, which is Sedna, it is interacting with Hermes, which, from mine and another astrologer, our findings, is that it has a strong association with paranormal, it has associations with the occult, erotic, hidden knowledge or truths, and things of that nature. Now with the interacting with Midas, this is the golden Midas touch, this is like the super financial celestial body. This is where your luck is in terms of making money. And of course, with the Saturn Chiron midpoint, again, this is like sort of like the negative public image, or in this case, with Saturn is very dark in associations with the occult, and Chiron is the public image, so like a cultish, if not like very controlling, very scary, like terrifying public image, which Chucky, without a doubt, is a horror movie. And from my understandings of the records and history, in terms of the box office, yes, it was very successful, but also it wasn't successful enough. But successful in terms of one, obviously wanting to make a movie series of it because this is that good enough. And of course, this is a character that, again, is very evil, but also the use of, like, voodoo, which is, of course, still association with Hermes over here. It's like, it can make money, but it has to definitely go through the route of, like, using the occult, voodoo, the scary, controlling, like, image of, like, witchcraft and so forth. That is how Chucky could be very successful, despite this chaotic and negative perspective of, again, it is a horror film nonetheless. So there's definitely going to be scary things that could very much be a financial hurdle that they have to work through. And again, also the fact that, like, Chucky is a doll. Let's be honest here. In terms of all the possible, like, scary movies and all that do exist, Chucky, according to a lot of individuals, is more likely to fall under, like, the not so scary, like, tendencies, or a character that's not one should be fully terrified of because it's a doll. You can easily overpower it in realistic standards. But again, obviously it's a movie, and obviously, you know, it's a horror film and all, so you see this interesting sort of like backlash on how these chaotic alignments kind of work back and forth. Like, yes, this character can make money being a horror film and so forth, and needs to have that feature of, like, magic and witchcraft and voodoo and other things, associations with the occult mixed in for it to work well. If that is missing, this could be the potential issue for the success of this character. It could cause even more issues, if not difficulties. So let's pull up another chart. Let's pull up the Titanic when it sank. Now, yes, this is very, without a doubt, a truly tragic situation and scenario. However, unfortunately, it is also one of the most famous situations and scenarios. This, from my memory, this particular time was when it officially had sunk. So it was very much already submerged in water, or the time it started. It's somewhere around there. But in all honesty, this is not so much of a issue or top priority because I'm not really focusing on any sensitive points to an extreme. And even if I was, the sensitive points that I would be looking at, they would be very much accurate despite all the possible, quote, time positions of, like, oh, it's actually this time, or this time, or this hour, or this time. Like, it's very much close enough in a good middle ground where it will still very much be accurate regardless of what one would argue or suggest that the actual time of this Titanic sinking would have been. But in this case, let us look at this particular chart. Let's focus on Saturn. Now, Saturn is the celestial body, especially in these types of charts, will be associated with destruction, tragedies, and so forth. So, in this case, we'll be filtering out and seeing all disastrous components that it sort of displayed out on that day, and we will get a better idea of what happened. So once I finish see Medusa, Isis, Athene, Varuna, Juno, Chiron, Saturn. Okay, so as we can see here, we have a almost completely symmetrical pattern and almost like a complete inverted polygon over here. So as I mentioned before, Saturn is the celestial body of destruction. It is of chaos to various degrees, but usually like of losses and destruction, griefs and tragedies. So in this case, it is interacting with Medusa. Medusa is associated with nurturing careness. It's also associations like with one's humanity, the ability to find commonality in some form of way or nature. So this is like the caring nature or humanity in that sense. And Isis over here is the path of fortune, but in this case, since it is interacting with Saturn in this very destructive-like manner, it's showing more of like the path of like destruction or the path of fortune being uprooted in some form or way. And this destructive qualities is now interacting with one's sense of humanity. People are sort of like losing their basic humanity or commonalities. It's sort of just being completely uprooted because they are all know like the ship is going to sink, there's no help nearby, and a lot of people are unfortunately is going to transition to the next stage of existence if nothing is done due to hypothermia or something else of that nature. And Saturn, due to destructive tendencies, interacting with Chiron. In this case, this strongly suggests like this is a highly noteworthy tragedy. This is something that is like very noteworthy for tragic, if not terrible, reasons, which the Titanic ship sinking, a lot of people had lost their lives and so forth. This is a very well-known tragic situation. Now, the fact that Varuna is also part of this mix strongly also suggests not only was this very tragic, but also this was like the extreme possible outcomes of what could have happened for a ship of that nature. Because if you were to look at various forensics, a lot of situations that were just as devastating, but various computer simulations do suggest that if, let's say, the Titanic had hit directly from the front, fully crunched up a good portion of the ship till it stopped, it would have remained floating still. But obviously, it was scratched in such a way where an extreme travesty, such as many individuals essentially not surviving, was the extreme catastrophic situation and scenario. Juno was part of this mix. In this case, Juno is playing the part of dreams and illusions, delusions, and like the fog in this case being lifted due to like some type of misunderstanding, which if you've ever seen the movies, for example, or even seen articles and things of that nature, one of the common themes or commonalities that was common was like the Titanic was the unsinkable ship, but it was made of iron, and iron obviously sank. So it's like this delusion of like being lifted and the most destructive nature was one of the reasons why the Titanic has seen its full destruction. And also with Athena over here, this is like clear wisdom. This is like the clear-sightedness. This is like information and so forth, where again, this is like information or logic is being diluted by this delusion of like, oh, this ship is without a doubt indestructible, nothing can take it down. But again, obviously, this ship, this disaster is not only activating like the logic, like, hey, this ship is without a doubt going down, but also it is unfortunately now being realized when it's already too late of what the disaster truly is and what it is capable of. Which if the ship is going down, a lot of people are going to lose their lives, and so many of these disastrous tendencies is coming to life. So, excuse me, but this is just some of the possible interpretations that could come from this pattern. And again, due to the chaos that's going on, like, people are, their sense of like commonality or taking care of it, so like taking care of others or worrying about others and all that and trying to help, is sort of just uprooted to the point that it's everyone for themselves. There is no point in worrying about anyone else but yourself. That's sort of like what this is also showing in the most extreme case and situation, where like people are only now taking care of themselves because they're freaking out because every second is now counting in the most worst possible way. And this is such an extreme manner of which the path of fortune is now fully like trickling away, breaking down because time is running out. But that's just some of the many interpretations I can mention that can come from that interpretation alone. Now let's look at another possible alignment. Let's look at its official first departure, which it just highlights this even more, but let me just pull in these other points just in case something had slightly changed, and we're still going to be focusing on Saturn. And this is from like various historical articles and so forth, where they had kept great enough detail in terms of when this ship had fully made its departure. Okay, so pretty much not a difference really, but as you can see here, like when it was fully neutralized, when this like disastrous outcome, it was very much when all this was fully activated. So again, we can see that like destructive nature of not just the chart, but also like of this departure of the ship. It's very much like guaranteed, or has an unfortunate death wish written upon it, where the unfortunate reality is it's going to be very devastating in the most catastrophic manner that history will know this as a massive tragedy, and with a massive consequences of ignoring information that could have been life-saving, or in other cases, years of experience working against one's own basic sense of like true logic and common sense, where decisions is not really the greatest. Let's just see just again. But again, like as you see here, like this is now fully highlighted, so that's also highlights the mere fact that like not only does delusions interact with just like the logic or understanding of how this will be playing out, but also it will have a issue with like the commonality of like how to interact or take care of others or the passengers of the ship. This is fully compromised because this delusion or situation of like quote like people are a higher class are much more important, so they're not going to take care of anyone from lower classes or things of that nature. And also sort of the concept of delusion of this an extreme manner of like classism being worked against them. This is sort of like the logic of like taking various cheap corners with something that's strong but not completely indestructible because, quote, it's cheaper to do it this way and is just as effective. When reality is, it wasn't just as effective. It was very much one of the many catastrophic wrong decisions made in terms of like what the ship should be made of and the route. Things were being sped up when in reality they should have been slowed down just in case of disasters. And many other natures of this situation were just things that escalated in the most extreme manners, or any basic sense of like humanity or like taking care of others or the passengers of the ships was not the priority. It was just experience working against them, built upon with or being assisted with these delusions of the ship not being sinkable. So let's look up another chart. Let's look at Chuckles the Clown. Now, for those of you who are unaware of who or what Chuckles the Clown is, this is a character from D&D, more in particularly this character was created by, is from the group Legends of Adventures, but created by one of their members, who I believe is named Mikey. Now, how I was able to obtain this particular chart for a fictional character, in this case is D&D, is sort of like these characters are officially done or, quote, finished, and this is the timing of the chart when this character was finished in terms of being created. So in this case, it is a D&D character, so it is more of their first words is what is the official, quote, finished or final product of how this character would be. And what this character's first words was, "You know I had chlamydia." Then he sort of ends with that laughing. But this character, Chuckles, how he was fully introduced was a character that was unalived by one of the members of the party, was to come back to haunt him, was telling him random things that no one wants to know. Hence why he said, "You know I had chlamydia." And it just went on from there. But as you listen and hear on Chuckle's stories and backgrounds, the unhingedness just gets piled on to the point that we have this very bizarre, chaotic character that's just pure chaos and yet very beloved by everyone because this character is making puns, he's very funny, yet has a very bizarre charm to him, despite it being a very chaotic and very destructive-like tendencies. But we can kind of see this based on his son. And let me just pull this up. Chiron, then Acapalas, Athena. But this should only take a moment. But as we can see here, the sun is interacting with Athena, so Athena is like, again, the celestial body associated with like clear-sighted thoughts or very much like well-sounded rationale and things of that nature. But in this case, this is chaotic. So in other words, like this character was not really well developed to begin with, or wasn't fully thought out well. And it's sort of this chaos of like bringing in what sounds good or maybe a good idea for the character built upon, which, again, a character that says mostly chaotic, unhinged things to begin with, that's already pure chaos. And again, this also was another character that was created on the spot. So it wasn't fully planned out in the slightest, but due to the fact that he was created on the spot with that very first line, already sort of like seal this clown's fate, essentially, to like, it's going to be very well known, but to be very chaotic in terms of like how he thinks or set up plots and twists and so forth. Now, with interacting with Pallas, Pallas is again is another celestial body with to do with logic, sequencing, organizations. It has associations with digital contents, or in this case, with streaming content. So again, we see this like it's a character created from a D&D skit online, and this was a character created on a stream live to people. So this was like a very chaotic character that was thought up in the moment and is also created live on a stream. Chiron, which is very noteworthy because this character, if you look up Legend of Antris animated shorts, you're going to see countless like little animated shorts where most of them surround chuckles from like how he essentially seen himself like ascend to the other realms from stories of like why he's in hell, and also like stories of like, oh, there's no wine in hell, or this character is also here with me in hell, and you will know them soon because we are part of now of this honk legion. If you haven't caught on, as another clown that was also brought to hell, but it's things like that that's like, he is very noteworthy and famous for saying these unhinged things, which is of course of Chiron, and again, massive success, but in a most chaotic, unusual way, created on his stream, and is now organized in this very chaotic like manner because it was created on the spot. Now this character has to be unhinged nonstop on the spot, and it's developed into this very bizarre, chaotic character. And yet at the exact same time, it's a massive success. But those are just some of the charts that, or at least interpretations that can come from that. Let's look at another character. Let's look at Torbeck. So once I have his chart up and running, we will get that. Let's see. Now, let's see. Let's pull up his... Let's... So sorry, I'm just trying to like find a good, interesting point here that we could look at. Let's look at this point. Good enough. Okay, so let's pull in Jupiter. We'll be focusing on his Lilith. Now this character is Lilith. Urania. Nike. And once that's up and running, we should be good. Making Urania, Lilith, and Jupiter. Okay. Now, since we're focusing on Torbek's Lilith, Torbek is yet another character that, again, his very first words was said on a particular stream, and this was the exact time that was said and the exact date when that stream was live. So, Torbek, he is known to be a very sad character. And with Lilith, it's sort of the cloud over the head. This is like the sad, gothic, emo, punk-like feel. He is very depressing overall. He may have some good qualities or concepts of like he is able to be a character that sort of just makes these statements of he works best alone, essentially, or is a character that can work off by himself. But again, he is very sad and depressing overall, and yet he has a unique, funny charm to him. And this is rather a chaotic thing where like he is very sad and depressing, yet this is a point of success for the character. Because despite him being very sad, he's very much very successful and very much abundantly clear that this is a point of success. And also it is interacting with Nike, so like Torbek, he is very known to be very competitive, but the thing is that sort of like the self-negativity, comparing himself to others, like, oh, I'm trying to be good if not close to this person, and yet I am always never there, or I'll never be there because X, Y, and Z. That's sort of just how Torbek has made himself to be known as a character. So like he has this very depressing like mindset, whereas like it's very chaotic and it oftentimes works against him on his own course. Whereas like, oh, Torbek has like insulted this character, he has to do like a dexterity throw, or he will turn into having the head of a donkey. Well, Torbek got a natural one, sad, so then he deals with the pain of like having his head morphified into a donkey's head, for example. Or the other occasions where it is also interacting with Urania. With Urania, I and another astrologer, we have found that it has something things to do with high-end technology. In my case, I have also noticed that it has some things to do with online or the internet. To various degrees, it sort of mimics Uranus to various degrees, especially at least in the technological field with like astrology and astronomy, and of course with like tools and software that's used if not created for it, or some other high-end capability like artificial intelligence. or in this case, the internet. So it's like, again, Torvik is very depressing online, and like the public sort of views him as this very sad character. And yet it is that sad character like mentality or persona is what makes him kind of likable, or at least in his own bizarre way help him out in the most chaotic like manner. But this depressing thing kind of interferes with his own luck at the exact same time, so it's sort of very much like another like two-edged sword for this character at the exact same time. Let's look at another chart. Let's pull in let's see. Sonic EXE. Now, for those of you who are, again, aware with much older internet content that still persists and lurking, Sonic EXE, as one probably can guess, is a evil version of Sonic, or a version of Sonic that got possessed by a demon, so like he goes on this murderous like rampage where he attacks, if not unalives, all his friends and companions and other characters. Even the villains in these cases, like they turn into these additional monsters, or their bodies is very much displayed in this very sickening, twisted way, where a head is on a spike and their intestines and entrails is splattered all over the floor and things of this nature. Like, it's very horrific in that sense. But again, it's a very powerful demon, essentially, that had possessed Sonic in this very disastrous, terrifying like manner. So I think it's a good example of like what pure chaos can manifest, at least in terms of a character. Let me just find a very compelling, or at least good, component of what the disasters inadvertently play out, but also contribute to some type of success in some way. So we'll be focusing on Saturn, and once I filter this through, we will see in what ways this very twisted form of Sonic has in store due to the stars. And again, this is based off like the very first type of games or stories of Sonic EXE. This is where that chart came from. So that's where this sort of came from. Okay. So, with pure chaos and so forth, so this is like very destructive chaos, because again, Saturn, and this chaos is sort of directed or caused by pure joy, which there's many different stories and variations of like Sonic EXE, where a lot of them surround the concept like this now demonic Sonic, or possessed Sonic, it very much enjoys tormenting and torturing others to satisfy its own needs, and if it's not satisfied, it will just devour their souls and find a new victim. So the joy and success, again, this is a form of like money from torture or money from like scaring individuals. That's sort of how he's able to, quote, make money as a character, or how one can use that component to make money out of it. And again, the North Nod is sort of like the future, what holds, or what this character is, or what it does. Like, it is very known to be very happy, joyful, and jubilant, but also very sick and twisted at the exact same time. It's stating, you see it smiling with all teeth, but the teeth are very much sharpened, covered in blood, and so forth. And it say phrases like, I am God, and things of that nature. So this is sort of like the terrifying, if not horrifying experience. Again, Saturn Chiron is sort of amplifying this like destructive, terrifying like feature of it is very much a demon to the full realm, and yet this demon is, quote, making money if you keep the Sonic as a demon. Terrifying, available to be excessively fast, but also is not running but flying or gliding across the air. You try to punch it, but it's just an illusion of what's there. And it's sort of like there's images and sceneries where the Sonic EXE, he sort of like lunges his, he sort of like punches characters in the back, pulling out their rib cages through their stomach. And there's other cases where he sort of like grabs them up, lift them in the air, and tear them in half. There's other versions where he's very much eating them while they're like dying on the spot. There's like so many other like messed up things that you see him do. And again, this is like creates this very bad, if not terrifying, public image. And yet this is sort of like the moneymaker component with Phoenix over here, and also the character's, quote, inner desires of not wanting to like partake in this behavior. Now with Uranus over here, again, it is of technology, so there's like, this is a online story, this is a online like capabilities of video games and things of that nature. So like anything to do with this storyline, like it has to have those very like very personal yet very terrifying, very destructive, if not gruesome, like outcomes. It's displayed all over the game. And again, like it's also interacting with Eros. Eros is sort of like passions. It is also of impulses and like using all energy to the peak. So in this case, like this character, obviously is using all his energy just to create a new world to torment these souls for all eternity. That's sort of like the construct or components of like how this character functions in the game. Like you constantly play these games over and over again for a new possible like way to win, but again, it's all at an end where every single character you play, they have been destroyed in the most gruesome possible way, and you are always forever met with a game over. And if you do somehow win, it is by sheer luck. But the demon will always be lurking in the shadows, coming back for more. That's sort of like how the Sonic EXE, like this manifests in the most crazy, terrifying like manner. Though from the original games, obviously it was scary for the timing, and the concept of horror, it built up to so many different levels. But this will still remain as the key component. If you are creating a Sonic EXE game, you need to ensure that this is present, otherwise this chaotic like energy of like uncertainty, pure demonic like joy and satisfactory for the character displayed, if it's not present, it's not Sonic EXE, it's something else. But that just sort of shows like both the chaotic, dark tendencies at the exact same time, why it is so successful. Let's pull up another chart. Let's see, Eyeless Jack. Another another creepypasta. Let's just see. Now this chart is from the very first story, because if I recall, the image was not a thing that first popped out, or didn't pop out with a story. It popped out much later, from my understanding, and eventually was connected, if not associated with, the story of Eyeless Jack. But nonetheless, this is the proper, if not first, chart of when the stories and all came about in terms of online. So let's look at Hermes. Now, for those of you who are unaware of the story of Eyeless Jack, Mercury. Yeah, so for those of you who are unaware of the story, well, no, Mercury. The story of Eyeless Jack, wow, I didn't Hermes to this mix on. But for those of you that are unaware of the general story, it's an unfortunate story of a college student who unfortunately was at the wrong location at the wrong time, where he had trusted various individuals, including a couple of teachers, where they betrayed him in the most terrifying, horrific manner, where they had knocked him out and he was sacrificed on a board, where they not only cut him open, but also they feasted upon his own kidneys and things of that nature. They gouged out his eyes. They had poured tar over where the eyes were, and they were sort of chanting to like this demonic entity of cannibalism, essentially. And they also partaken in this ritualistic this ritual. But that's essentially the story of what it was. And from this, we can already kind of see this unfortunate but very interesting, unique scenario. Let me just pull out. Urania. Okay. But so the reason why I included Artemis here is because if we were to temporarily just look at the standard Zodiac 12, these conjoined and is consistent with the story of poor Jack. So, as I mentioned, this is a story. Mercury is associations with communication, stories, its association with this messages or, excuse me, mostly the stories in the word, and creative uses to do with communications and or words or sounds, things of that nature. So in this case, it's a story. And this story interacting with Artemis, which again is associations with the occult, it's associations with like magic, witchcraft, and like the unknown certainties. And with Pluto over here, it is a very massive success because Pluto rules success, but also it rules like of new endings and new beginnings, the rebirth and sort of that transformative like nature, which is consistent given the fact that Jack came back from the dead and started, in some versions, he started wreaking havoc and revenge of like taking out those who betrayed him and sort of feasted upon his own kidneys and things of that nature by by attacking, unaliving, and eating their kidneys and things of that nature. So that is consistent in that perspective. Again, Saturn is fire, so another is like the immense tragedy. So like the tragedy of the story, like Jack was very much betrayed, and unfortunately he's led to him, quote, being reborn in this evil, demonic like havoc where he is now attacking people who are not only a part of it, but also individuals who are now innocent as well. And again, with Isis, this is like a quote, a path of fortune. So like in terms of the story, like the path of fortune is very much like destructive and evil. And again, it's an online story because with Urania right here, it's of associations with online and then also with technology and things of that nature. So like we see like this online story that has a strong associations with the occult and all that can lead to a massive success, but only if it's like very destructive, very tragic, and also has this very bizarre tendency of like that tragic sad story can lead to new levels. But at the exact same time, if we're talking about just the character himself, it's a character that's like built on the verbal risk. Since Mercury is the verbal perspective and it's interacting with Hermes, this also could suggest like the verbal or the chant perspective of the actual spell used in the story is what gave rebirth or helped him transform into the destructive evil entity that he was, and hence give him a new form of path to fortune to get that revenge. But again, it's an online story, again, because Urania, this is online, this is like heavily advancements, and of course this also could suggest that like for Jack, the cosmos or the construct of like the planets and all that was in line for him to be reborn in this disastrous, scary, terrifying like entity now. So those are just some of the interpretations that can come from just this character's chart alone. Now, I'm well aware that I'm doing a lot of fictional characters or pop culture characters. However, my point is showing these characters because they're, one, a lot more easier to deal with because they're fictional. But also, two, like, it just shows you, like, the astrology components of, like, it not just works in ordinary people or businesses or events, but astrology also has its own way of influencing fictional characters, or, like, what is the best and worst times of, like, characters or stories that has these associations when they're more likely to be a success or when they're less likely to be a success. So that's sort of like the reasons why I'm showing these fictional characters and their creation dates as well. But let's look at a chart of a person, and this will be the last chart we'll be going over. So let's, so let's look at You know what? Let's look at Mortal Kombat the game. Because I cannot seem to find one that I can be perfectly fine to deal with in terms of that. Moving No Money was the only one, and even then I kind of don't want to go over that ever again. But anyways, well, let's look at the heliocentric perspective, and let's say we look at I don't know. So, for many of you that probably haven't played the game Mortal Kombat, this is a very violent video game in where it's a fighting game, yes, but these characters, they go very brutal and very graphic and gore in terms of how they would unalive the other characters, known as fatalities. For example, some characters, they probably would throw a chain that goes through one of the character's rib cages, for example. And then they go underground and you see this chain still connected, going down, going up, go behind. They'll jump out from behind, out of the earth. And the thing is, the chain is like red hot. So when they pull, as they're jumping back forward, they would split like the other character in half as their two sides just kind of fall to the edges. Like one to the left, one to the right, and all that. For example. And again, there's so many different things that they do, and it's all very much just pure blood and gore. So, anyways, so with Varuna, Pluto, Earth, Vesta, to Urania, Ixion, Urania, Ixion, UB313, Varuna, Phoenix. Okay. So, with Varuna, it is the planet of extremes. It is associated with, like, it is too much of something or too much of everything. Now, it is interacting with Pluto. Pluto is of, like, the concept of, like, rebirth, transformation. It is of success, wealth, and power. It's also association of, like, wanting power and controlling, or the concept of control. So, like, in the storyline, if we're talking about the game itself, there is characters where, like, politics is very much involved, and the concept of having power across all the other realms of, like, different worlds and so forth. Like, there's characters that want that full control and that full success. And of course, that success can only be through combat. So, like, their rebirth and all that, because also, if you look into the storyline, it gets kind of complex due to, like, there's some characters where they're going back in time and bringing other characters back from different timelines and so forth. So, like, these characters are, quote, being reborn or brought back, but from different time periods and from different timelines as well. So, like, things in that perspective gets very complex, if not too much at times. But also with Phoenix over here, it is of joy and success, and this joy and success, like, it's a successful, fun game, very successful, very powerful, like, financial tool and so forth. Again, with interacting with Vesta, I mean, it is also interacting with Varuna, so like it's too much of something. So in this case, like it's too much like likability and popularity. At the exact same time, it is still like full of this like full of like concepts of politics. At the exact same time, of like these rebirth and deaths and so forth, of beings just going back and forth. This chaotic like nature, yet it's causing and bringing so much joy for the players at the exact same time. Also with Ixion, this is a financial positive like amplification point. So we see like this mixed nature because Varuna is also an amplification point, but it leans towards negative, while with Ixion, it leans toward positive. So we'll see like this unique bipolar tendencies of like some of these games and storylines, like it's going to be massive success or it's going to be like a massive failure or dislike of some sorts, because like this bipolar like tendency, like it'll lean one way or lean to the other, all that nature. And again with Varuna, it's interacting with Urania here over here, which is all technology. In this case, it is manifesting towards like the gameplay and also like how like it's interacting with like the cosmos, the universe, and things of that nature. So like we see like this unique tendency of like it's a successful world being built, but also this storyline of like technology being used for the game itself. It's improving as time progresses. Also with Urania UB313 right here, it's the planet or door planet being associated with like what's new, what's trending. So like in terms of technology or concepts of like fatalities and things of that nature, or friendship endings that you can do as well, it's sort of like making these things very new or improving them in such a unique way where like this game will trend ever so often. And it had trend in being successful so much where like there's comic book series for this game, there's also movies and TV shows and other things of that nature. So like it's trending and entering all these unique realms because it's new, it's fresh overall, and being massive successful, like very much being a massive success, but also at the exact same time it's very much in a bipolar like states where there's moments very much popular, but there's also moments like it's popular, yes, but it's not as great as it can be. And again, Earth is also interacting, so like this is the game itself. This game is very much like it's too much of something, if not of everything. In terms of storylines, of like the complexities, of like the timelines being intertwined all over, or the worlds and dimensions, or it is too much, if not in terms of gore and blood. Like blood and gore or something, it's always too much of something or everything. That's what this game is known for. And again, despite that, it's also being known for, at the exact same time, being new and very distinctive, because not many games, or to some degree, would take this route of like being very much too much of something, or too much of everything. So those are just many of possible interpretations that could come from this chaotic alignment alone. So I think that is enough for today. I hope all of you enjoyed this, and hope to see all of you soon. Bye!